Hello, hello. It is Thursday. Let me fix this hair here. Okay. How is everybody doing now that we are on day 5 of 90 days of web development? So we've learned a bit so far. Today we're going to dive deeper into React with TypeScript, and we're going to look at ways to style your React front end with some other like frameworks and stuff. I'm ambivalent about this about this section, but I kind of would like to learn some of the basics of CSS to really just create things on my own. But there are some tools that you can use to build CSS designs and stuff. Do all the boilerplate and all that stuff, and so there's some abstractions and stuff that's there as well. So anyway, little bit fuzzy today, a little bit tired, but let's get started with reviewing yesterday's notes, and then what we'll do is do a review of the design fundamentals from Free Code Camp before we go and finish up chapter 3 of our Learn React with TypeScript book, and then get started into the meat of the of today, which is going to be to learn about styling React front ends. Okay, well, yeah. So thank you for joining us here. We're going to get started with the pomodoros here. I need to reset the session. There we go. Reset our session, and let's see. Okay, let me bring this over here. Let's get over to here and review yesterday's notes over here. Kind of hard to see, but what we did yesterday, we looked at best practices for contrast. And setting your contrast ratio in your designs with CSS and whatnot. The AAA standard was 7:1 contrast ratio and a 4.5:1 ratio for the AA standard. Things that affect contrast ratio, there were hue. It was the hue. I know lightness was one of them. But and then the saturation, the amount of color. So it's the color type, the amount of color in it, and then the brightness and the amount of white. Okay, so that's going to affect contrast ratio. We looked at how to calculate contrast ratio, and I set up a little what do you call it? A little spreadsheet to calculate that. Would like to turn that into maybe a little applet thingy, a little page. That could be like a little project. Is to set up like a little matrix of colors, and then look at the contrast ratios between that set of colors. So do up to like, I don't know, maybe do up to like 10 different colors, and then like maybe I could think about like sorting that thing. That's gonna be a pretty good project. Law of proximity, that elements that are close together are perceived to be related to each other, and then elements that are farther apart are perceived to be not related to each other. And progressive enhancement core principles, we had that all core content should be accessible on all browsers. That's one of the principles. The second and third are kind of separation of concerns. It's advanced layouts should be advanced layouts and advanced functionality should all be provided through external files, so CSS and JavaScript. And the last one is a user's browser preferences. A user's browser preferences should be respected. You should respect the user's browser preferences. So that's an interesting one to keep in note. So you don't want to override browser preferences when you're styling your CSS. So I wonder how that might come about. Yeah. I wonder if that comes about with like light and dark mode. So if the user prefers to have, you know, a dark mode on their browser, and that's their default, then you should probably provide a dark mode, and it should also like respond to the browser's preference for that. Okay, Net Promoter Score was some way of measuring how likely a friend is to recommend a product to a friend, and I ranted about that. Use desaturated colors for dark mode. That was a big one. The desaturating your colors when you have a dark background. The things that are accented, you know, like the text and then the buttons and other elements. You should desaturate those colors so that they're not too. The contrast is better, which is interesting to me that it does that, because I guess like brightness and stuff kind of like, or the saturatedness of the colors kind of makes it hard to distinguish between colors and like edges. We saw that we should use softer contrast with dark mode, and that breadcrumbs are a navigation aid that shows a user where they are in the site's hierarchy. And then we looked at generally, we didn't look at examples, but like just the idea of a design brief that outlines the objectives, goals, and requirements. Okay, that was yesterday's notes, and I'm going to get started with the 20-minute Pomodoro here, and let's review with Free Code Camp here. So this will be the first of 12 20-minute Pomodoros with a small break in between. After 6 Pomodoros, we will take a 40-minute lunch. So let's get started. And let's see what we can learn on this day 5 of 90 days of web development. Design fundamentals review is what we are looking at here. And let's put this guy right here. There we go. That's nice. That is nice. Okay, design terminology. So this is pretty interesting. I like this review. I like this the setting. I think we could make we could turn this into some quizzes and stuff. I could make my own quizzes out of that. I can make my own quizzes out of this. This is pretty cool. I actually might want to do that. I'm gonna actually just go ahead and copy this. Let's see, copy this, and we'll make a note. I want to use this as as a way of understanding this stuff. There we go. Okay. Design terminology. So what I'll do is I will go to the top there. Tags are going to be design, software design, content creation design. I think it's software design and visual design. Okay, and then the URL source on this one is going to be here, and I'll share that with the chat here as well. We got that one, and that's there. And so we have this. We can make some good multiple choice questions out of that. Okay, and let's go over this here. Design terminology. So layout is how visual elements are arranged on a page or a screen to communicate a message. These elements may include text, images, and white space. Alignment. This is how the elements are placed in relation to one another. Using alignment correctly is helpful for making the design look clean and organized. Composition is the act of arranging elements to create a harmonious design. It determines how elements like images, text, and shapes relate to each other and contribute to the design in an artistic way. And balance is how visual weight is distributed within a composition. A composition is the act of arranging elements, and balance is the visual weight within composition. Okay. Interesting. Okay, scale refers to comparing the dimensions or size of one element to that of another. Hierarchy is establishing the order of importance of the elements in a design. It's about making sure that the most important information is noticed first. Contrast is the process of creating clear distinctions between the elements. You can do this through variations in color, size, shape, texture, or any other visual characteristics. Strong contrast is also helpful for improving readability. I don't know if I would really define this as a process. I don't know if I would refer to it as a measure either. Contrast ratio is a measure of contrast, of how clear the distinctions are between elements, right? Strong contrast is helpful for readability. It's not a process. I mean, the process is yeah, I don't know. What is it? Like, it's like the I want to say that it is a measure, but like contrast ratio is a measure. And it goes from 0 to 1 actually. And contrast, though, like itself, is just referring to how easy it is to distinguish two different elements that are displayed with one element on top of another element. I think that's how I might define it. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this definition. I just don't like the process of creating clear distinction. So I would probably say that contrast is the quality of clearness of differentiability between one element, between two elements. How would I say this? Contrast is of differentiability between, it's a little, that's too big of a word, differentiability, but two elements between one element. Differentiability to two elements placed. Yeah, I think I might say it like that. But I'd want to reword differentiability. Contrast is the quality of differentiability between two elements placed close together or overlapping. I wonder if there's like a better. Now I'm on a hunt. Now I am on a hunt. What is Webster? So do this here. Like in design, I'm trying to understand, like specifically for design, I would say it's like the quality of being able to differentiate two elements placed close together or overlapping each other. It's not, we're not comparing or praising the differences. I think contrast is just the quality, right? It's the juxtaposition of dissimilar elements in a work of art, degree of difference between the lightest and darkest parts of a picture. That can be true, but it's kind of missing something when it comes to the contrast ratio. When we're looking at like of a picture, these things could be placed different, like further apart. So we're talking about one element that is either like directly next to another element so that you have contrast in the dividing line, you know, the line that demarcates them as separate, or one element is like on top of the other element, or it's like in, you know, inside of the other element. The difference or degree of difference comparison of similar objects to set off their dissimilar qualities is kind of one thing it's close, I think. Person or thing that exhibits differences when compared with another. Yeah, I think that the 2A is the closest to what we're looking for. I wonder if there's something in the MDN docs about contrast. Color contrast. See if there's background and foreground content should be great to know. So they're color contrast. Yeah, this is the guideline. Yeah, okay, no, that's not. These are guidelines, they're not definitions. Yeah, these don't usually have that, like, definitions about what we're talking about. I really just don't like this definition of it being a process. I don't know, that's kind of sticking in my craw a bit here. Contrast. Adjust the contrast of the input image. It's a difficult thing to really define, I think. Like, the way that we're thinking about it is that you have two elements. You know, there could be more elements, but we're looking at the pairwise comparison here. Pairwise contrast. I wonder what happens when you mix in other colors, like when you have outlines and stuff of text in that, and so now you have like 3 colors. That's where it gets kind of interesting. Like in my pomodoro thing up in the upper right, focus, you know, there's a little bit of an outline there, and I put that there to try to make it differentiate the edges. It doesn't look that great on a smaller screen though, which is the problem it's a problem I have with it. And it's something I want to fix, but I don't exactly know what would look great using the fonts that I use. My gosh, my brain is like out of it today. Ugh. Okay. Okay. The degree of difference. See, this is like measuring it as a measure contrast. You can have high contrast or low contrast. I guess, like, because qualitatively, like just qualitatively, you can have low contrast, so you're not able to differentiate, or you can have high contrast where you are able to differentiate between there. And then there's grades in between. So like qualitatively, it's I don't know. I'm going off on tangents when I need to stay focused. Wait. White space is the empty space in a design. It's the area surrounding the elements. And let's see, user interface. So, right, remember, negative space doesn't need to be white. It can be any color. So there's some, quote unquote white space in my background. You can see some of the background back there peeking through the transparencies. And that's not white. It's dark blues. Let's see. We've got user interface includes the visual and interactive elements that users can see on their screens, like icons, texts, images, menus, links and buttons. User experience, how users feel when using a product or service. An application with a well-designed user experience is intuitive, easy to use, efficient, accessible, and enjoyable. A design brief is a document that outlines the objectives, goals, and requirements. It's like a roadmap that guides the design process and ensures that the final product meets the needs of the client. And vector-based design is creating digital art using mathematical formulas that define lines, shapes, and colors. And prototyping. This refers to the process of creating an interactive model of a product or user interface. UI design fundamentals. Okay. Good contrast for background and foreground colors. It's important to ensure that the background and foreground colors have good contrast. We saw that right over here. It's right next to the. It's pretty interesting. We're looking this up. Here it is. Good visual hierarchy in design. A strong visual hierarchy can provide a clear path to the eye to follow, ensuring that the information you convey is consumed in the order that you intend. Responsive images are images that scale to fit the size of the screen they are being viewed on. This is important because it ensures that your images look good on all devices, from desktops to mobile phones. And progressive enhancement is the design approach that ensures all users, regardless of browser or device, can access the essential content and functionality of an application. User-centered design is an approach that prioritizes the end user from the needs to their preferences and limitations. The goal of user-centered design is to craft a web page that is intuitive, efficient to use, and pleasing for your users to interact with. User research. This is the systematic study of the people who use your product. The goal is to measure user needs, behaviors, and pain points. Exit interviews is a survey you can give to users that when they cancel their accounts. It can help you understand why users are leaving and what you can do to reduce churn. User testing. This refers to the practice of capturing data from users as they interface with your application. A/B testing is the process of shipping a new feature to a randomly selected subset of your user base. You can then leverage analytics data to determine if the feature is beneficial. User requirements refers to the stories or rubric that your application needs to follow. User requirements might be defined by user research or industry standards. They can even be defined by stakeholder input. Progressive disclosure is a design pattern used to only show users relevant content based on the current activity and hide the rest. So, this is done to reduce cognitive load and make the user experience more intuitive. Deferred lazy registration is a UI design pattern that allows users to browse and interact with your application without having to register. Design best practices. Dark mode is a special feature on web applications. Let's finish this up when I come back. I gotta take a break and Okay. I might need to turn the lights on bright to get my brain going this morning. Yeah, let me do that. We'll go back to these other things we'll go back to the chill vibe after that. Let's see. Let's see. Come on. There we go. Change the color temperature. Cool white. Daylight. Daylight's better. Oh, gosh. Okay, let's get started. All right, design best practices. Dark mode is a special feature on web applications where you can change the default light color scheme to a dark color scheme. You should use desaturated colors in dark mode. Desaturated colors are colors that are less intense and have a lower saturation level. Breadcrumbs are a navigational aid that show the user where they are in the site's hierarchy. So it's best to place breadcrumbs at the top of the page so users can easily find it. Also, you want to make sure the breadcrumbs are large enough to be easily read, but not so large that they can take up too much space on the page. Card components are simple in, well, they should be simple in design, not visually cluttered or display too much information. For media, make sure to choose high quality images and videos to enhance the user experience. Infinite scroll is a design pattern that loads more content as the user scrolls down the page. You should consider using a load more button because it gives a user control over what they want to see or when they want to see the more content. You can also add a back button so users have the ability to go back to the previous page without having to scroll all the way back up. Modal dialog is a type of pop-up that will display on top of existing page content. Usually the background content will have a dim color overlay in order to help the user better focus on the modal content. Or the modal content. Also, it's a good idea to allow the user to click outside of the modal to close it. When you use the HTML dialog element, you will get a lot of the functionality and accessibility benefits built in. Progress indication for form registration. So this is a way to show users how far they are in the process. Can be used in forms registration and setup processes. Your design should be simple, easy to find, and make it possible to go back to previous steps. Shopping carts are a place for users to see what items they have already selected on an e-commerce platform. Your cart should always be visible to the user. Use a common icon like a cart, bag, or basket, and have a clear call to action button for users to proceed to checkout. Common design tools are Figma, a cloud-based tool specializing in user interface and user experience design. There's Sketch, which is only for Mac, I believe, which is popular. Adobe XD and Canva. I will not endorse any of these. So, I don't know. I'm not going to use them. I'm not going to use those ones. I'm not gonna become a designer. So I'll use whatever tools I have. Does LibreOffice have a they have Draw. I think that's like draw.io though, or it's like a Visio. Office. Is there a LibreOffice Figma? Who knows? Probably not. You can do things on. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Open source alternatives to Figma. Were they acquired by Adobe? So PenPot was one that we looked at, but that's not free. It is open source, but for some reason you need to pay to use it. Open source and free? Guess what? They made it paid, so fuck no. Yeah. It's not free. It's not FOSS. It's OS. It's OS. OS to OS. Okay, we're gonna get set up with VS Codium. Let's go into our thing here. See, we gotta set some things up first. Let's set some things up first before we do this. First thing I need when setting up is, well, first I need to go into my project folder. I've got all of my stuff here. These are my project folder, and so I should see the git status of this and git pull. Let's see. There's everything up to date. Nobody has made any more commits to the main branch. That's good because I'm the only one who has access to it. So it would be very, very strange if I did a git pull and stuff came in and changes came. That would be very weird. Let's see. Let's go. Oh, we need to start our Podman machine, which is like the Docker daemon. And for some reason it takes a while to load, but I'll get this up here. We did the design review fundamentals. We're gonna do chapter 3 using React hooks, and what I want to do is we want to do split down, right? We want to do split down. So we'll do split down. Split down, and we'll give it the, we'll bring it up a little bit. We'll bring it up. We want this one down here, right? Do I want the notes up here, or do I want the notes down here? I think I want the book down here. Which page were we on? I think we were on like 105 or something like that, right? Yes. 105. Next we'll be back with other React hooks or touch on some other ones. Okay. So we have some other React hooks that we're gonna look at, and that should go pretty quickly. And then we'll look at app fundamentals. So what do we do? What do we do here? It's a new day. It's a new day. We're gonna get a new branch. Look at all these branches. We didn't do anything for day 4. So we're gonna skip that. We're gonna check out a new branch, and we're gonna call it day 5. That's where we are. And now what I'm going to do, let's take a look at that git log. Get that log. Create hooks for Learn React with TypeScript to chapter 3. That was day 1. So we squashed and we merged all that stuff then. I want to do like a squash commit for day 2. Should change that message. Kind of dumb. Finish day 3 is that commit, right? Now if we do, now I made a mistake of overwriting that, didn't I? Or did I fix that? Did I fix that? I think I did fix that, didn't I? No, I didn't. So the commit message I didn't do correctly. I wonder if I could fix that. I could. The day 3 is still available to, like, I could merge the stuff onto. I could do the merge again in Squash. I could check out the commit prior, and then on main I could check out the previous commit, and then I could, so then I'm updated from that point, and then I could switch to the day 3 branch, or not even switch to the day 3 branch. I just git merge Squash, git merge Squash the day 3 branch onto there, and then we'd have that. The problem is that I already pushed that. I already pushed it. Already pushed the updates. Which is a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. I gotta figure out how to move the pomodoro timer in reaction to me being here. Okay. Well, in any event, we'll switch over to React TS, and then now we're into here. So I could do this all from here. So I could actually just run WSL from here. And I could exit out, and then I could run my command here. So we're doing podman, which is like Docker. You're going to run it. Run a container. We're going to remove it after we're done, after we exit out, after we're done with it. Automatically remove it. We're going to interact with it, and we're going to use a TTY. We're going to be able to use our terminal. Users RNS, I'm not sure what that means. User NS is like keeps the stuff from your profile. -P is the port, so we're opening up port 5173. We're going to set a volume, and that's going to be the current folder, basically. Current folder. And then inside of the container, we're going to have it in the app directory, and that Z thing is special for some reason. I think it just like eliminates the need to have a folder that's, a subfolder that's called Z or something in there. And then the workspace inside of the container, we're going to go the working directory will be inside of app hooks. So we're going to use the latest node image, and then we're going to run bin bash on that. So that's what that means. So now I'm inside of my container. I have that running. Now what can I do? I can do npm run dev. And now it'll bring up my my server. It'll start up the server. And there we go. And I can go to the server. I can control click on this and bring that up. Bring up the server right here. Coolio, and we have our app that we were working on before. Pretty cool. So what I'll do, okay, so I can't go and get a new cool. So now what I'll do is I'll go back to my current project inside up here. I don't know why it's case sensitive. Tab complete. Why is that? Tab complete, case insensitive is what I want. Can I make auto completion case insensitive in Bash? That's what I'm looking for. I would like that. That would be nice. Ubuntu uses case sensitive, but I think sometimes it would be more convenient to use case insensitive when starting, and you probably worth the extra false positive. Is it better to change this behavior? I think like with variables is what I want. So it is for that, but I don't want it for everything. For variables like that. For environment variables, basically. I don't know if I want, like, file name would be nice. Input RC. I don't think I have that there. I don't know where it is. LS there. Okay. Well, I don't have the bash stuff there. Why don't I have the bash stuff there? Changed my home directory here, but then it's somewhere else. CSRH. Or ZSHRC. What is that anyway? What? Okay. Gosh, get 5 lines. That's the only thing. That's the only thing in it, apparently. Okay. Well, I'll be back in a few minutes. Alrighty. We're getting started with other React hooks. Let's see what we do. Do I want to do that right now? I don't want to do that right now. We'll do that maybe some other time. I do set. Okay, and then if I do yeah, it's not working. It's not working. I don't know where the input RC is. Anyway, that's fine. We're gonna open up right here and make sure that we get everything. Actually, do I want to be in here or do I want to be in the other thing? Let's see. I want to be here because that's where my VS Code settings are. Right. Actually, no, I don't want to be right there. Hang on a second. Do I want to be right there? React TS hooks. Yes, I do. Okay, I do want to be right there. I do want to be here. Here we go. Now we have our VS Code up and going. Our VS Codium. Codium. Let's, we'll update rough. Sure, why not? Not using it right now, though. Let's see. Other React hooks. Let's see. In this section, we get to touch on some other React hooks. We got mentioned some React hooks that are covered in depth in subsequent chapters of this book. So we have use ID. All right. The use ID hook generates unique IDs and is typically used for accessibility attributes in reusable components. Okay. The following is a reusable field component where use ID is used to associate the label and input for screen readers. Right, okay, because we're lazy, you know, we need to have these things paired and we don't want to mess around. Oh, you know what? I should turn off the pasting and all that stuff. Let me see. Where did that get pasted to actually? Get pasted to the bottom. Okay. You don't want to do automatic pasting. We'll do that at the end. I don't know why I saved these things. This was... section recaps, I think is what I want. And we're going to need to create a new one. Let's go with that there. There we go. It's a little bit easier to work with. Do some clips there. There's our prettier JSON. Close that one down. Project setups from scratch. Don't need to know that one. Okay. Quick recap. Why is that? So it's not displayed that way. If I do it the other way. Oh, that's weird. Okay, Okay, so here we are. We're setting this up here. I really shouldn't have the don't need the that stuff. My gosh, my brain is just out of it today. LS source usually takes me like it takes me a couple pomodoros to get this centered here. First words from Kevbot. Okay. Okay, so all right, so I don't think we're actually working with any of these right now. I wish I could like increase the size of this. Sucks. Okay. The use ID hook. It's kind of hard to understand without like doing some examples, but use ID is use ID. So it will generate a unique ID for that. And then they use it for screen readers. It's a field component. I don't know what field components are. Did I look at field components? Maybe I did. All right, use transition hook enables state transitions. You know, we should zoom in on this at least a little bit. A little better. The following component allows a user. I don't know why it immediately jumps up to 190. 190 will fit. Maybe 190 does fit. Wait a minute. Does 190 fit? Oh no, we only go up by 20. There we go. It's a little scrunched, but we'll make do. I don't know. There we go. Okay. So this component here down below allows a user to filter a large list of names. When the user types a character in the search input, the list state is updated with the filtered names. Okay, so we have this, so we've been is pending as a variable, and the start transition is the function that you'll get from that use transition. And so then you can return start transition as a action from a callback on change. Set list. I'm gonna set a list. What does set list do again? Right. Okay. We're gonna set list as the state names filter. We're gonna filter out the list based on we're setting it to lowercase as well, and then we're including whether or not it includes a target value. So we have to change everything to lowercase so that we're just like, matching the same cases, matching the same characters, regardless of capitalization, or in other words, case insensitivity. Includes e.target value to lowercase. Oh my god, so tired in the mornings. So the React transition marks the list state update as low priority, preventing the search input from lagging when the user types into it. Oh, well, that's the problem with StreamerBot, then. That's the problem with StreamerBot's search. That's a good example. If you look at StreamerBot, really slick looking website now, and the docs are great. There's some gaps. There are a lot of gaps, but it's really, really nice. But when you go into the search bar, is it going to even come up? Here it is. It's very slow. It's very slow to first load, but then it's very slow to update. So if I type T, it takes forever. It takes forever to update. Yeah, there's just definitely a problem with this. Yeah, preventing the search from lagging. You put into it. I'm assuming that this is like a React front end here, made by StreamerBot. I don't know where the GitHub. Does he host a website through here? Official homepage for this. Okay, yes. MDC components. Some docs will be automatically built from YAML front matter. Okay, well, docs for StreamerBot, is that what we're looking at? Docs for StreamerBot. Right, how does it get built though? These are just like... Okay. Okay, I get that. I get that this is just how he's handling open sourcing the things, but where's the actual website? Does he have the website? This is under StreamerBot. I mean, it might be under Nate himself. StreamerBot client, StreamerBot wiki. It's not been updated at all. Streamer bot. The docs get updated. I think this is an old site, yeah, because this was 3 years ago. And these are just, yeah, examples of how to use the older version. Stream Deck. So let me take a look at Nate's. Maybe he made the website open source, but I don't know. Part of me feels like this whole thing was vibe coded. Like, I don't know. Am I on that Reddit though? I'm following them on. I thought I was following it. Let's see. I did join. Oh my god, that's creepy. It's fucking promoted posts. Fuck those things. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll finally focus on finishing this. Oh gosh, it's a tough day. I'm starting to feel it though. Okay. Okay. Do this later. Okay. I don't think it's gonna be in there. Oh, this is old. Okay, where is the... Isn't the code? Stream about client. So this is all a WebSocket client. Okay, that's interesting. Is that different than the stream about WebSocket? Oh. Okay. So you can actually do stuff with here. With JavaScript. Okay. Several memory leaks. Events list. Which repositories does he have public here? I don't know if StreamerBot is actually open source. I don't think it is actually. But it's a very good thing. It's free. Looks like it may have some things like sandboxed or something that it's trying to incorporate with StreamerBot. Enhanced stream chat. I don't know. Okay. I guess the website doesn't have an associated open source repository that I could check out, because I think that maybe this might be part of the problem. I just don't know. It's not the only problem. I think like once you click on it, yeah, I just don't get it. It seems like it's a React project, you know? It seems that way. It seems to be styled that way. I don't know. Close these things down. But that's where my mind went, is that React transition marks the list state update as low priority. So when you're updating, you're not updating every single like click, right? Every single letter that you type. It's going to take a little bit. It's not going to try to fetch results after typing in one letter. It's not gonna keep trying to fetch more results after each key press. So it's gonna like delay searching for like a bit after you've at least typed a couple characters. That's what I'm thinking is what that's supposed to cover. So I guess like all these frameworks are good for abstracting away all those problems that you might come across. Why is this not centered in the same part of the page as that one? That's fucking weird. I guess maybe even and odd pages. That's what it is, even and odd pages. I can't really keep it at that. This will go back to 180. Oh, come on, dude. That way we keep both of them on the page. All right, so this is just exploratory anyway. We're just gonna look at these. Although I do want to, you know what? I should have like highlighted those things. I don't know. My mind's going all over the place. I'm thinking like meta-ly about this. More ways than one that's a pun. Yeah, I'm not focused. Is what I'm trying to say. Use transition hook enables state transitions to not block the UI. Okay. Okay. All right. So the full code of that example's there. And then use deferred value. Like use transition, the use deferred value hook helps optimize the UI. The use deferred value hook is used to defer the updating of a primitive value. So there's an example that's similar to the set transition example. It allows a user to filter a large list of names. However, use deferred value is used to optimize the UI. In this example, the filtered list isn't stored in state. Instead, it is calculated on every render in the list component. So the list component is slow to render on large lists. Use deferred value defers the updating of deferred query, which in turn defers the rendering of list. This allows the search input to feel less laggy when typed into. Okay. So I guess it's a similar thing. Set query. But it's kind of, I guess, specialized to handle search status, query status and stuff. Okay, so Hooks covered in other chapters that we will cover in future chapters. Use context is used to access a React context. And that'll be in chapter 10, so that's going to be a couple weeks. Oh boy. What does that look like? It's going to be like day 20 by that time. Use optimistic. This is used for optimistic UI updates before confirmation from the server. Is covered in chapter 9, working with forms. Okay. We have used action state and we have used form status all in that same chapter. So in this chapter, we learned that all React hooks must be called at the top level of a function component and can't be called conditionally. Okay, we learned that. The effect hook, the use effect hook, can be used to execute component side effects when it is rendered. We learned how to use effect to fetch data, but which is a common use case. Use reducer is an alternative to use state for using state, and we experienced using both approaches in our person score example component. Use state is excellent for primitive state values. Use reducer is great for complex object state values, particularly when state changes depend on previous state values. The ref hook creates a mutable value and doesn't cause a re-render when changed. We used ref hook, use ref to set focus to an HTML element after it was rendered, which is a common use case. The use memo, and use callback hooks can be used to memoize values and functions respectively, and can be used for performance optimization. The examples we used for these hooks were a little contrived, and using use callback didn't improve performance, so remember to check that the use of these hooks does improve performance. So far in the book, the components we created are unstyled. In the next chapter, we will learn several approaches for styling React components. So here's a couple questions. Answer the following questions to check what you have learned about React hooks. So we're gonna, the following component renders for some text for 5 seconds. This is problematic though. What is the problem? Okay, what is the problem with this one? Well, for one, render some text for 5 seconds. I think this part, if not text return null, it should be right above return span, I think. Even like regardless of the fact that I think that these variable calls have to be up front, just the way that this React is going to parse, compile the calls to these things. This should be up above, right? I think that should be, and then the use effect should be there as well, right? And then the following code is a snippet from a React component that fetches some data and stores it in state. There are several problems with this code, though. Can you spot any of the problems? There might be something else with this And I'm missing text to render, set text to render, use state, set timeout, set text to render, 5,000. I don't know. I might be wrong on that. So what are the problems with this? So the async, well, this is with the async, right? You shouldn't use async like this with the with an anonymous function, with a lambda or a arrow function. However you want to refer to that, it's all the same thing. What you're supposed to do, and we went over this, is that you go into a in the body of use effect, we define the function that will run this like get data thing, right? And you define that function as an async function. And then after you're defining it, then you call it. So you define and then call inside of it, you know, the function there. So consider the following reducer function. Reducer. So what will be the action parameter? What will the type of the action parameter be narrowed down to in the backwards switch branch? Ooh. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. So in the backwards case, state steps minus action steps. Oh, okay. Okay, it's going to be a number, right? I mean, there's no difference between the forward and backwards here, right? Or the action parameter. The action parameter. Well, the action parameter will be narrowed down to the, you know, type that's defined as backwards, and then steps that. I'm just very confused at this wording here. It's going to be this one. I mean, obviously, if switch action.type is case backwards, well, it's this, right? So then what's the difference between the other one? The type of the action parameter. I don't know what they mean. It's going to be backwards. Okie dokie. I'll restart extensions again. Okay, so considering the following counter command, we're going to see what will the button content be after it's clicked once. Okay, well, we're initializing it to 0. And on click, we're setting count +1. We're memoizing the count. the memo count is gonna be... Is it gonna be 1 or will it be 0? You know what I've been doing? Realizing here, we can test these. This is a legitimate thing, right? So, I think we could take a look at the questions here. Let me see. So, if I do like CH3 Q1, we can do that component. And then in our app we can render it. Oops. We can get this up here, and then so what we'll do is import how do we call this again? No. We have to import use state. Oh, like that. Okay. It doesn't know that it's a React file? There we go. For some reason the type checking wasn't working. Okay, so we're going to export this function text vanish. You know what? I should just do all of the... I'm going to rename it. But, yeah. I'm going to rename this file. Yeah. We'll rename it after this text. And then we can have some props, but I think we need to define props. That's what we need. But I don't think this is going to actually run because I think... what you need so I think so. How do you do? Is it from import reset from there? I can import person score, I think. Wait, where was it anyway? Where was props? Where did I get props from? Function there. All those components. Okay, so where does props come from? Where do I get props? Big props? Didn't we use it? When did we last use it? Reset? Was it in reset? It's in reset. Okay. Um, oh, I know why. I know why. Let's save this. What we're going to do is we're going to remove we're going to move it into SRC. That's what we have to do. And then we'll rename it as chapter questions. Or as chapter 3 questions. There we go. Now I can open it up again. Chapter 3 questions. Can't import props. We're not allowed to do that. Can I export props? I can export it. That's one way to do it. Isn't it? There's no text. Okay, well, for one, there's no props. We haven't defined props. That's one thing. So I guess like that's a thing. Guess that's a thing. And I don't think that's changed then. Use state text to assign a value but never used. It's called conditionally. Implicitly, it's called conditionally. Okay, so there is that. Oh, and we need to get the use effect. Okay. Now say it's called conditionally. And so is use state. Okay. So because this is coming before this other stuff, and we have this if condition there, it's actually coming conditionally, which is interesting because it's not inside of an if else block, but implicitly we're calling it conditionally, because this, contextually we're calling it based on that condition that it fails this check. Interesting. That's not something that I might have expected. So we don't even have, like, put aside that we don't have this thing called props. We can, like, define a thing called props. Let's see. And we can give it the property of text, I think. And how do we define these things again? Do we define them as being a string or something? forget how we did other types. So it's the type and then string or name string like this. Okay, so state like that. Just do it as a string. There you go. So now this is all fine, but then we have this use state with the text. But this is being called conditionally. Interesting. Interesting. So we'll set this aside. Set this aside as question 1. We'll do this as question 2. And the following code snippet fetches some data and stores it in state. Several problems with this though. If we do something like let's try to export this function as a this function component. Let's call it second question, or we'll call it question 2. Question 2. And we try to run this as something. We don't actually need to take any data in. Say constant data. That data, we're gonna use state, but we're going to initialize it to be an empty list. Is that how we want to do it? The main problem with this is this, right? We went over this. Right. So here, data is not used. A use state there. Use effect contains a call to set data without a list of dependencies. That's one of the issues. Okay. And that can lead to an infinite chain of updates. Okay. Without a list of dependencies, right? So to fix this, pass that as the second argument to use effect. Okay, so that doesn't have the second thing there, right? So that's that problem, at least. So if we fixed that by doing this, right? We had that there. Okay, and that's no problem. It's called and never used, but it is used down here. I think it's potentially never used. The value's never read. Now the async, so this was what it was. It's not assignable to parameter of type effect callback. You can't assign promises to effect callbacks. Effect callbacks are synchronous to prevent race conditions. Put the async function inside. So you define your function first and then call it. Okay. So what we can do to fix that put it inside of an async function, right? And what I can do is just call this async function, maybe. And we await there, we set the data. So what we actually have to do is to do it like this, I think. And run our async function outside of that. And then do it like that. This thing doesn't exist, that's fine. It's not callable. Data maybe doesn't get used. It's declared but never there. So I think what you have to do is to pass in data, maybe? I don't know. There might be other problems that I'm not being able to see. I wonder if I can just copy and paste this into. Okay, I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna paste it in for question number 3. Gotta do a Control-Shift. Prettier doesn't like that. Oh no, okay, so. Oh well. All right, we'll take a quick break. All right, we're back. I was playing around with this counter thing, and if you put empty in this memo count thing, so this is question 4. You get nothing, and like it, right? So it's 0. You keep clicking it. You click once, you click it a million times. Not gonna show anything. It's gonna show 0. You got to put count as a dependency for this use memo. There you go. And now you see it updated. Now we have that. Interesting. Did not know that. See, these are like, this is just like understanding how this works. Just is kind of like building intuition towards, identifying bugs when they come up. If you make a mistake, I mean, the type checker should help you out. The language server helps you out, but and that's great for debugging. But yeah, lots of stuff there. Lots of cool stuff. We're doing that. Okay. Now let's do a different. We're gonna have to call this something else, though. We'll call this counter 2. There. Do I have to, like, how do you return other stuff? How do I return both? Do I need to put it in a div? Why is this not count? Why can't I do it like that? JSX, they must have one parent element. Okay, one parent element. Okay, so you can put them in like that. There we go. Okay, so that's how we do it. Okay. So what we can do is we can do like an H2, let's say counter element, and then we can have I don't get it. Open here. I don't get it. Why can't I do it this way? Let's have one parent element. But then why can't I put a... This is all weird. Oh, was that what it was? How did I lose the other thing? Oh, because I deleted that part. Okay. We deleted that part. And then I can put the H2 elements up here. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, yeah. All right. Then we'll do the other counter thing there. Okay. Counter 2 is what we want. We want counter 2. We got a const. It's going to be a count, and we got a set count. And we're going to use state, and we're going to initialize to 0. We're going to const handle the click. We're going to have a kind of callback function here. Use callback. We're going to have to use that as well. We're going to have to call that at the top there. Set count as count plus 1. Didn't render actually. Let's see. Really? Okay. There we go. So this needs a dependency. Needed some div elements. We're gonna have a button, and it's gonna be on click. We're gonna set handle click. Handle click. Count. Handle click count. We end up button and then div. Yeah, that makes sense. What will happen after clicking twice? So before I even run this, okay, here we go. Funnily enough, there's an error here. It has a missing dependency. We didn't actually call use callback, so maybe that's a problem as well. Save that update. So there it is there. Okay. So what will happen? What is the behavior here? when we click it twice on counter 2. Okay, we clicked it once, and it did update. So there is a problem, though. You set the count to count +1. Clicking it again does not increment the count. This is the same error, is it not, as before, with this counter that you need. So with use memo and use callback, so they're very similar, right? You need to have that dependency. Need that dependency there. So now it will update. Now it updates the count. There we go. Okay. Interesting. And then that should do it. Okay, so let's look at the for this chapter. I mean, it should do it for this chapter. We're gonna take a lunch after. Let's finish this chapter up, and then when we come back, we'll do the start on styling. Answers to the preceding questions. All right, so the problem with the component is that both use state and use effect are called conditionally. React doesn't allow its hooks to be called conditionally. Place the hooks before the if state, it resolves the problem, of course. Or move the if thing down below. The main problem with the code for 2 is that the effect function can't be marked as asynchronous with the async keyword. A solution is to revert to the older promise syntax. And that's not what we did, though. We used what they suggested is defining that. It's arguably more difficult to read. So what they suggest then is to use get data. Where's get data come from? There's no such thing as get data. Where's get data come from? Then the data. Oh, I think this was get data is what that was supposed to say. I was supposed to say get data. Okay, there we go. So what they would like to see is this. Okay, so the other major problem is that no dependencies are defined. We did see that. This means the effect function will be executed on every render. The effect function sets some state which causes a re-render, so the component will keep re-rendering and the effect function will keep executing indefinitely. An empty array passed into the second argument of useEffect will resolve the problem. Another problem is that the data state will have the any type, which isn't ideal. In this case, it's probably better to explicitly define the type of the state as follows with the use state with the data. Okay. That's what they want there. And when you do use state, they would like us to say something like data, have the type defined there. We don't have the type defined there, but that's okay. We know how to fix that. So and the data, get data. So data is going to return something. Okay. Of course it is. I don't know what I'm talking about. The data state could be set after the component has been unmounted, which can cause memory leaks. So a solution is to set a flag when the component is unmounted and not set the state when the flag is set. So we'd say something like that. You do the get data inside of there, then inside of here. If not cancel, set the data. Else you're going to return a function that cancels it to true. Okay, we're going to take lunch. But before I do that, I just want to fix this. There we go. We just want to end on this these last couple questions. So TypeScript will narrow the type of action parameter in the backward switch branch to type backward. Yeah, I mean, that's so obvious though. Button content will always be 0 because the initial count of 0 is memoized and never updated, and the button content will be 1 after 1 click, and we'll say that. So after 2 clicks over there, yeah. So the same reason, because we haven't given passed in a dependency for like what we're actually updating. The key here with the last thing is the handle click function is only created when the component is initially rendered, because you use callback memoizes it. So the count state will always be 0 within the memoized function. This means the count state will always be updated to 1, which will appear in the button content. Okay. All right. Well, when I come back from lunch, we'll start on part 2 of the textbook. It's going to be app fundamentals, and we're going to do styling React front ends and approaches to styling React front ends. We'll take a look at that. All right. Okay, we're back. Get started on this this new chapter. First, though, let's commit our changes. We're gonna add our chapter 3 questions. I'm not going to update the app. I'm not going to do that. I don't know what just happened. Something happened and I messed something up. I'm locked on this this terminal here. Why am I locked in the terminal? We'll add that. There'll only be one thing then. So what I'll do is we'll just go and we'll go like this. Check out. Oh, and we'll just reset from there. Check out head for that specific file. And we still have our changes saved then for here. So let's go get getting commit. We're gonna commit. We're gonna do end of chapter 3 questions. Complete end of chapter 3 questions. And so there we go. So we're gonna switch over to the main branch, and then we're over on the main branch. What we want to do is to do a git merge squash with day 5. Wait, no, we don't want to do that yet. What am I doing? I'm just committing. I don't know what I'm up to. We're still on day 5. I was thinking that we were doing this by chapter for some reason. We're going to switch back to day 5. We're still on here. We're still on here. We don't care about the app changes here. I just care about the chapter 3 questions. All that app stuff was just playing around with setting the stuff there. Playing around with the questions. So let's see. So we're on there. Okay. I think we're gonna create a new thing, but let's see. Maybe we'll just be styling our previous app here. Being that it's the second part, I'm kind of suspecting that it's not going to be that way. It's going to be a new thing. So let's see. The chapter 2 fundamentals. Oh, before I do that, let's go over to here and mark off our progress. Did we get to the end of section, like summary or anything for this one? End of this, like, other books covered in other chapters? No, there really isn't any summary. But there's a summary of the chapter. No summary for the section on other hooks, other React hooks. Oh, come on, maybe. We'll be in, let's see here. We got to also update up here. We're on page 115, I think, or 136 actually, based off of the total number of pages in the PDF file, not the page number of the book. So this part covers key fundamental topics for building apps, starting with different styling approaches and their benefits. The use of React server components is then explored and the use cases where they shine. The part concludes with building an app with multiple pages using the popular Next.js React framework. Okay. This part has the following chapters. We have Chapter 4, approaches to styling React frontends, which we'll do over the next couple days. So I'm thinking today, and then yeah, maybe tomorrow. We have to do the quiz tomorrow, the CSS quiz tomorrow, and then we'll do more of this. And then next week we'll take a look at using React Server client components, and also then Chapter 6, probably the week after that. So what does that look like? I'm just trying to get an estimate. So it's going to be like day 7 or 8 when we do using React server and client components, and then day 11-ish, 12-ish for creating a multi-page app. So we have to finish up the web design certification with Free Code Camp. I really just want to get that CSS, fundamentals out of the way, and get grounded in that. So we are looking at approaches to styling React front ends. React doesn't offer a standard styling mechanism, and the community has developed many different approaches. In this chapter, we will learn a few of the most popular styling approaches. So we'll use different styling approaches for the alert component we worked on in previous chapters. That's actually further back. We might have to... Hopefully they don't want us to go back and get that code. I don't know. First, we will use plain CSS and understand the pros and cons of this approach. Then we will move on to use CSS modules, which will resolve plain CSS's main problem. I don't know. What is the main problem of plain CSS? It's too... It's too low level, maybe, and it's kind of confusing to set up, and I bet the main problem is the verbosity. For like doing styling with themes and stuff. Next, we'll use a library called Tailwind CSS, again, understanding its pros and cons. Lastly, we'll touch on a few other noteworthy styling approaches. So additionally, we are going to learn how to use SVGs in React apps and use them in the alert component for the information and warning icons. Excellent. Yes. Pretty cool. I'm going to learn a lot. I'm going to learn a lot here. By the end of this chapter, you will have the knowledge to pick an appropriate styling approach for future React projects that we work on. So we'll cover the following topics. It's using plain CSS, using CSS modules, and using other styling approaches. Using SVGs and other styling approaches. There we go. Using Tailwind, using CSS modules, using plain CSS. Okay. Technical requirements for us in this chapter. We need a browser, of course. We need node.js npm. We have that in our Podman container. And they say Visual Studio Code. Well, we have a derivative of that. That's VS Codium, and it's just stripped out all of the telemetry tracking stuff that they want to track you with. Telemetry can be good, like to identify bugs and stuff, and but I feel like, I don't know. I feel like it's mature enough of a product that it doesn't need a lot of new features. So like you really shouldn't be introducing a whole lot of bugs anyway. And the core of it is supposed to be lean. It's supposed to be, not too heavy. And you just use extensions for everything. That's the way was designed to be, but now it is bloated. It is very bloated. It is a very bloated thing on its at its core. So we will style the alert component we created in chapter 2, getting started with Typescript there. Okay, so look at the challenges of that and discover how we can mitigate it. Now, I have a bit of a problem because I don't remember, I don't have the code in that, under this this folder here. So we're gonna have to add that code. And where is it? It's in coding projects, learn. Yeah. Chapter 2 was it, right? Chapter 2 was where we had everything. And I don't know if I need any of the extra stuff, but I think we just need the source files. We have a welcome TS. Well, that was nothing. There's nothing in there. Calculate total price and that other thing. Wait a minute. Was there an alert thing? Let me see this thing. Can I preview it? Can't be previewed. Let's just open it in Notepad or... Come on. There's dialogue here. BS Codium bum ba dum bum bum bum. I should just say always with TypeScript. Was that it? Function welcome, and I didn't even spell it right. Okay, that's weird. But I don't think that's right. I think it was... Oh, because I stopped doing it and I did it in something else. That's what happened. I created the other project there. So we need the app and the app CSS, right? And alert.tsx, I think, is what we're going to need. So I'm just going to put those aside for now. Let's see. So we're going to create it, and then we're going to copy the alert component into it. Let's carry out the following steps. Okay, first off, we are going to be back in our back here. Let's quit the server, shut down the server. So now it should be not reachable. Yes, not reachable. We're going to go up to here, and we are in the app, so we can like print the working directory. And what is up there? Okay, so we are in the app directory, but we are in the React TS directory where we have that hooks there. So that's the same as the app folder on our container. Let me go back up. And so we're here. What we need to do is go npm create. Let's zoom in on this, actually. Let me zoom in on this. And we'll zoom in here. We're going to do npm create a Vite project with the latest, and we're going to call it alert. I don't remember what the plain double dash is referring to. I forgot what that is. Template is React TS, and there might be some stuff that we have to add here. So install with npm and start now. Well, I don't really want to start it right now. We're not going to start now, but we will install with npm. Is that what we want? We can always just quit from there. The problem is it's not gonna work. There are some other config files that I need to copy into there. So I mean, they didn't really talk about how to do the like to make your own like custom template or something with your own custom config files. Yeah, that might take a minute, right? It might take a minute. So when the project is created, we're going to execute some commands and get into there. Read to add automatic code formatting. Let's see. So we're still over here, loading that up. We're gonna run npm dev. We're gonna run the app in development mode, executing the following command. We know how to do that, all that stuff. So we're gonna create a new file, copy paste the contents from there. So they're giving us that, so that's good. Okay, we'll just go from there. And while that is loading, I'll share a link. Wait a minute, that's weird. Copy the link. Is it not copying? Copy the link. Oh, I understand what it is. Never mind. Not the link to the page that we want. We want the actual link to the website. What? Come on, man. Don't be like this. Copy the URL. There's the URL. We'll go there. We will download from here as well. So we can, oh, actually I can just click it. I can just click it. I'm doing that. I can just click it. Click it, click it. There it is. Okay, so we're up in this region here. And let's see. Can I download from there? Will it bring up a download dialog? What does that mean? I want to download the raw file? Download raw file. So you can do that. Hopefully. There's apparently some issues with the book. Let's see. Let's see. What are the issues with the book? RSC component libsql complain the database connect schema not supported. And then they're just bumping updates. Dependencies, okay. I'm just gonna go over here and see it over here. I don't know why I'm not able to download it in that window. I guess they don't have certain things. So can I download from raw? Come on. Let's take a break. Maybe this will be working by the time we get back. So our app is running, except it's not, because we have to set up a whole bunch of other stuff. And it's still running some other stuff. Okay. All right, so we're using Vite version 8 and pre-release version 13. Or alpha version, whatever you want to call that. So we have this new alert thing, and we should probably commit that stuff. While we have that running. I wonder if it's because I'm like streaming and I'm doing all this other stuff. Or that the WSL just like doesn't have enough resources allocated to it. Just runs very slowly. I don't know why. So why did this not... Okay, there we go. So we're inside there. What I want is to look inside of LS Alert. So we're gonna actually CD into Alert. Oops. And then we're going to, so what they said was npm I, which is interesting. Oh, I know what that is. I think we already did that. I think that was all this part. Added to packages auditing. Okay, whatever. Same thing. And then we already do have this open over here. I'm just going to use it off of here. I'm not going to go into their thing because that's going to restrict the scope to only that alert folder, and I want to have my generic VS Code settings for this project, for this workspace. So I'm sure there's other ways to do that. I think that might be a thing that you do with workspaces. I'm not sure. Never really explored them with that. So we should have this alert. We have this alert file, and we downloaded it from over there, right? And the link for that is in the chat if you'd like to play along at home with your own little React server going at home. But we will run the dev part. Also, hang on a second. No, we need to copy over the config files. So what I need is to go back up for a second, and from hooks, I need not package JSON. Which one is it? Which ones do I need? Is it the ESLint config? I think I need config. 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 Or... So the main problem is the Vite config. In Vite config, what I actually need is... Wait, is it that one or is it... It's not ESLint. Is it ESLint? No. I think it's with the Vite config. I think it's this one. Why is it a TS file? That's the problem. Okay, in hooks. Yes, it is this. Okay. Now, I wish we could set up a diff here. Can we do a diff? Open active diff side. What? No, that's not really what I want. Active file with hooks there. There we go. So that's that. You can do a diff on these. Basically, we need to I don't know why it's removing those and then adding the same thing. Aren't those the same? Find config from Vite, import React. They should be the same. That shouldn't show as a difference. And yet for some reason it does. Oh, because of the... I see. Because of the... Yeah. Because of these things. The semicolons. Surprised that the alert one, this is the alert one, right? Yeah, this is the alert one. This is the new one. So I need this server setting with this object on host there. So let's go. So can I add? Yes, I can. Or can I? I guess I can. Server. And I can go host for my local host. And we're gonna watch for polling. We're gonna use polling so that it reloads automatically when there's a change. And for some reason I can save that. So it does inject those other things. And then it did change to double quotes. That's fine. That's fine. And then can I save this? I save that. So that's what I need in order to run this. I think it's because it's in a Docker in a Docker/Podman container that the I'm looking the wrong way. It's weird. I need to fix that. Is that the same way when I'm over here? No, it's right. Wait. Was it right? It is right when I do that. Now I'm up there and I'm still looking over there. It's fine. Sorry, I'm getting very distracted. Yeah, I just gotta fix the flip. Yeah. So I need to tell the server that I'm gonna be using this so that Podman links that to my local host, basically, and then I can access it with whatchamacallit. Can access it locally, because right now, like, it would be running. It'd be running inside of the container, but we haven't told it that we wanna look at it outside, you know. So I don't think we need any other. Oops. I don't think we need anything else. We're gonna run dev. Should open up pretty quickly, and we should restart automatically, or no? No, didn't reload. But there we go. Once we get it loaded, it'll use the polling and reload when there's changes. So that's that. We need the Vite config TypeScript file to have an object associated with server for that key, and we have to tell it the host for the URL that we're going to be linking to outside of the container, and then the watch is watching the use polling. I think that's what's going on. Correct me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I very well could be. Very well could be wrong. Okay. And let's see. I want to see what we're up to here. So we're in there. We're gonna actually go over to the alert section there. And so I am over here, but I want to just stay up over here. Okay. Okay, so we got all of that set up before, and then replace the content with the following here. We're going to do app.tsx. We're going to replace all of that with import alert from alert. And it's going to tell me that I'm not using it right now, so that's fine. And then we're going to import the styling from the CSS sheet that we have just next to it. So, and then we're going to export the default function app and return an alert with a heading that says success. You make it closable, a closable alert. Everything is really good. It's really good, and we should just, yeah, there we go. Success, everything is really good. There we go. Alert, and we can close it. We can close it down. That's nice. But when we reload it, it should show back up. There it is. Okay, save that. Now, everything is now added. So if we take a look at the get status, get our status. We have a whole bunch of stuff that's not added underneath here. So what I'm going to do is actually get status above. Get, I don't know. Let's just go up for a second. Get status. We have this entire alert thing here. So what I want to do is to add everything from alert. And there's a warning because I'm in this different shell. I didn't have the warnings suppressed. And now everything should be there. There it is. There's everything there. Not much though, but there is. Yes, we are ignoring the node packages, so that saves a lot for the Git. What do you want to call it? So we added everything, so we want to commit everything. So git commit. And where we are is we are on create project under on page 118 is where we are. So we have a git status, and we can take a look at our git log, and we have create project, and the previous one was complete the chapter 3 questions. Okay. Now, our project is set up. Let's, and we have it running in development mode. Next, we'll take some time to understand how to use plain CSS in React components. So understanding how to reference CSS. Vite has already enabled the use of plain CSS, and it does already use some of it in the project. So we can get rid of the technical requirements. Okay. So we're going to carry out the following steps to explore how plain CSS is referenced in a React app. In the main, so I'm going to cd into alert, and then I want to open up main.tsx in source. So in source, we have main.tsx. I'm going to open that one up. And notice the index.css import, and we can open up, or actually, hang on a second, index.css, I think. So this is the better way to open files, I bet. Okay. In alert, we have that there. And so we'll go back to main, back to index. It's a little different from importing a JavaScript or TypeScript module. It imports all the CSS from the file rather than the part of the code in the file. So if we open the index CSS file, we'll notice that it contains CSS roles that target elements outside of the React app. How do I notice that? You mean components that are outside? So like, you know, H1 elements and code elements. You mean those things? Yeah, targeting those elements. Okay, I gotcha. Right, okay, so for example, there are CSS rules targeting the body element, which is not a CSS. It's not a what do you say? It's not part of the React app. It's just like one of the page, like React creates the page, the HTML page and the body, and then like when you return stuff, you're just adding stuff onto the body. I don't think you're, yeah, so the headers and everything is all taken care of. So if I like go and inspect this, let's put it all right here, or oops, the header is all just like boilerplated. It's created by the React app, and it's created by Vite. So the source of the module, the Vite client. We have a relation, a link to an image, a fave icon for the icon. Although you can't really see it. You can't see it there. There's nothing that's there, I guess, for that. It sets the viewport as a width, device width, and then the initial scale is 1. There you go. So I guess you could change the initial scaling. I wonder what that would do. What would that do? What if I did it as 2? What happens there? What happens there? Let's get this over here. So it's initial scale though. Okay, that's different though, right? Because it's already loaded. Doesn't really change anything, does it? Oh my gosh, it's time for a break again already. When I come back, we'll complete these steps and carry on. Oh, we gotta get back to focusing. Something interesting here. Now, I think what's happening is that we're actually importing the styles from a file, from a CSS file, and making it an inline CSS. Not an inline, but it's in. Let me see, because they say inline style sheet. It's not really inline. It's an internal CSS that's put on the header. So rather than linking, like here we link to a SVG, usually you would link, you'd have a relation style sheet, and then I don't know why. Type would be you would put CSS, and then href, you would reference the file. Now, so that's the thing, because it is bringing it in from app alert source index.css, right? Huh? It's so weird. That is so weird to me. And then we have a module script here. I think that's yeah, this is injected by Vite for the polling to restart. To do an automatic refresh when I change some files when files are saved. So it creates a callback. Triggers the React refresh. Curious. Very curious. Curiouser and curiouser. Interesting. Interesting. I know we can also look at the React components and stuff. We have the alert, and then we have the profiler. Profiling. Profiling. And we can start, and then we can reload. Oh, I don't know if that works. I think, like, yeah, it doesn't work on a refresh. Okay. Okay, there we go. So, what are we up to? We imported the index CSS. We opened it up and we saw that there was targeting some things that are not in the app per se. They're not part of the app components. Another CSS file used is app.css, so we can look at app.css as well. This is in hooks. We want app.css from alert. Is that where we were there? That is where we were there. And all of this. So we'll notice that it's not using any element selectors. It's using class selectors and ID selectors and media queries. But, oh wait, inside of the class, so we do look at anchor elements and list elements. So there's some kind of formatting to there. I guess we could define, headings and other types of elements. Okay. So most styles In-app CSS are redundant because they target elements we removed. For example, the logo CSS class is now redundant. We don't have a logo, right? The logo. Where the hell is it? Is this not organized? The logo CSS class. Logo CSS class. What are you talking about? Is that in here? Maybe it's in here. The code is there. I don't see logo. Let's look up logo here from in here. Oh, there it is. It's in the list list thing. So we don't have a logo now. We'll keep the redundant CSS in place for now, but eventually we'll check whether the build process strips it out. Interesting. Okay. All right. So it's going to automatically do this. We're going to open an app.css and add the following properties. We already have it opened. So we're going to look for card. The card class. Where's the card class? I don't think it was a... Is it there? I don't see it. Where's the card class? There is none. There is none. There is no card class. Huh. What's going on? What are we doing? Padding 2 M's, 2 emphases. I don't know what does EM stand for? One PX solid border. We'll make it some kind of gray, some light gray. Okay, and we'll save that. Now that doesn't do anything though. Next, we're gonna go into the. Close that one down. Next, we're gonna go to app.tsx, and we're gonna wrap a div element around our Why is it class name though, and it's not class? That's weird. Is it not weird? Is that not the strangest thing you've ever seen? That's strange to me. Look at it. Now we have, oh, look at that. A nice little border around our element. Nice little border around our element. A little border around our element. That's really cool. That's really nice. I like that. That looks pretty good. Ha, but here's the thing. No, I don't like the size. I think max width should be like 80% of the viewport size. And then I think we should have it centered. There, align self-centered. Self-centered. There we go. Hey, you know what? You could also justify self. You should justify this to yourself. No? What else? Auto? Baseline? What I think we want to do height is oh my gosh, wait. That's fucked up. Okay, no. Oh, it's the height thing. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. It's the body thing that I want to change. That's fine. I'm sure they'll have us do some other stuff. So React uses a class name attribute rather than class because class is a reserved keyword in JavaScript. Okay. Yes. Okay. That's a good question. That is a good question. I want to make like a list of like questions. So, questions. Good questions is what I'm looking for. And I'm going to move this to my project folder. 90. These are web development, and then so we stream elements is a tech question, and then it's that. You know what? I think we want to move it to like quizzes. Where I want to move it because I want to take note of these things. This is a good question. This is a very good question. So question, question. I think I can do it like this. Question, why use interesting. And then we can go that inside of there. We can do an answer. Java's. So yeah, we'll just say that class. Well, I don't like starting a sentence that way with a open backtick. I would say, yeah. Or to say JS, reserved word. For creating class objects or class definitions. That's a good question. It's a very good question. Why does React use that? So I think what I should do is put this down here. Question, why does React use the class name attribute instead of class? JavaScript reserves class for creating class definitions. There we go. That's a good question. Anybody have any good questions? Share them, please. So class name attribute is converted to a class attribute during transpilation. What is that? So in the running app, a border now appears around the alert. Now the what happened was that yeah, the viewport width was being defined by it's too wide. So the max width is that. But what if we get rid of it? I'm confused. Oh, okay. So I don't need this stuff? The only thing I really need is align center. That's all I need. And then that shrinks it down. What is auto anyway? Not good. That's what it is. Stop the app from running by pressing Control C in the terminal. Run the following command. I don't want to press Control C. You know, it's not good practice with this, I don't think. I think, like, because we have it running, press Q, hit enter, and then we're out. Now what we'll do, we'll run npm run build, and we'll produce a build. So what I want to do first, before we run that build, oopsie, I don't want to do that. We want to add these files to it, see what gets thrown away. Add everything from source. We added both of those. I don't know why it did it like that. Gotta suppress those warnings. It's really dumb. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. Forgot. So build artifacts will appear in the dist folder at the project's root after we do this, but we want to commit these changes so that we can see when the file changes, and we don't want to overwrite our changes that we have right now. So we're going to commit this. Just drawing a blank on what I should, what I was calling it or something. Yes, so we'll do step 5 of understanding how to reference. That's on page 120. Okay. So that should be good there. And we'll run the build, then we'll build it from there. See how long this takes. So TSC, I think, is a TypeScript compiler. I don't know what the -B stands for. And it's doing a build with Vite. So we're running, what that ampersand means is that you're going to another, like you want to run the command TypeScript compile -B, and it's like the folder here and stuff. And then you run Vite build. And that actually didn't take too long. Computing gzips, I don't know what the hell that's all about. Some new assets appeared. Index, JavaScript, and CSS. I think I can take a look at those. And so there's that. And then the JavaScript is a lot more. So I'm not going to open that in here. So interesting. So if I actually open up the index hash, it's not showing up in the dist. Where is that? You might ask. Where is that? Let me see. Dist or component. Okay. 1 second. I know I should be focusing. Let me see here. I just need to... What do I have to do? What do I have to do? I do something here. Okay. We want to open the index.html, and they're saying find the link element. It's weird. That references the CSS file. I don't see one. I do not see one. Oh, we're not in there. We're looking in the... We have to look in the dist. It won't show up. Won't show up there. That's right. Okay, so we gotta show... Because it's not being tracked or something, I guess. We'll just do codium dist, or we should do it like that. Index. There we go. This one is referencing cross origin. Interesting. I don't know what that's referring to. But we have a CSS file here, a style sheet. You also have a JavaScript module. That's interesting. The raw file was not found. So I guess it's in I guess it's in here. They did open it up before, right? So it's all white space is all removed, and all of the new lines and everything. Optimized for production. I can do a Shift Alt F to do the automatic formatting. And we can take a better look at it. So we can then see. So they didn't tell us to do any of that, but that's fine. We can then see that the logo is still in there. So logo's still in there. The key point here is that Vite doesn't remove any redundant CSS. It will include all the content from all the CSS files that have been imported.
I should make a note of that. So here's what we're going to do. Come down to clips. Open that. We're going to do a autofocus. We're going to do an auto. Oh, we want auto copy and auto paste. I'm going to I think it's just a quote with the page is what I want. And we should actually go here. Quote with the page. Actually do it this way. So if it doesn't remove any redundant CSS, it will include all the content from all the CSS files that have been imported. So we'll style the alert component with plain CSS. Okay. Whew. Okay, so we're going to style the alert CSS. So is he saying that... He's saying that there's a... But this is the finished one? Or is this starting from scratch? Yeah, we're starting from scratch and adding all these ones. That's the finished product. Okay, I get it. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we were doing anything different with the alert. I think that was it. Okay. So we want to create an alert.css. I'm going to commit the changes here and we're gonna say git status. Nothing to commit. Everything's clean. The only thing that changed was the distribute. Okay, so that's the only thing that changed. All right, so we're not going to do a commit. So we are going to just soldier on here. Let's bring up the app page again. And what we'll do is let's do this here. Using plain CSS in the alert component. So now that we understand how to use plain CSS within React, let's style the alert component. We're going to carry out the following steps. We will create a file. We're going to call it CSS. So we add a CSS file in the source folder. In the source folder, we are going to add. So we can just do this. Do touch src alert.css. And then I can do codium.css here. That'll bring it up. And I can just add some information about the container, some styling on the container. So if I do inline flex. Let's see what happens there. Does anything happen here inside of the container? Inline flex doesn't do anything. But I guess we're setting up the structure, the column. We can do text align to the left. Surprised that doesn't work. Oh, I think I know why. You know why? Did they say to add that? We didn't even do it. I think you skipped the step. So he has the app.css, but we're creating an alert.css. And so I think... So it was injecting the index one too. Alert.css didn't change anything. Connection was reset. Why? Oh, we're not running the app. Wait. Okay, so do we actually need this then? Let's just cut that out for a second. Save that so nothing's different. Nothing's different. We're not running the app. We closed the app. He didn't say to restart the app. Okay. Run build. We ran the build. It didn't tell us to restart. You have to tell me exactly what to do. You have to tell me exactly what to do. npm run dev. Come on, man. Really? Like, we did all this. You don't need your Slipknot mask. Back here, we'll F5 it. Do some styling on this here. I'm pretty sure. How do we know? How do we know? Okay, he's saying to do this import after 8 steps. So I want, and that's an app, right? That's an app. Oh no, it's an alert, so it will import from there, so it's fine. Okay. In here, we will import alert.css. There we go. So if I get rid of like some of this stuff, flex, column, text align left, it's not actually doing anything, is it? Is it doing anything? Do we have anything that's different here? So what is actually being controlled by the container? What is being controlled by container? We have the card element. And that was let's put this right here. I want to put CSS over here and the other stuff over there. So we'll do alert and then app and then main TSX index over there. Okay. So we have card. We have success. We really haven't named it what the container is, and that's what I want to do. Where is container though? We're gonna add a whole bunch of other stuff around it. Okay. I want to watch it go, so I want to watch it update. So I'm going to actually add this stuff on step 10. And the alert JSX. In here. Okay, so in here, we're going to add some stuff. So, header text, closable, and... Okay. So first, inside the button. The class name for the button... going to be close button. The span is going to have a class name of header text, and the span of the header icon here there we go. And we want a div to have the class name of header. And this change. Now we'll come back and finish this up.
Okay. I should restart the this let me restart the timer. We'll start this one over. Okay, let's see. So we are styling this, styling and profiling the border radius. Can I get rid of this and then the container will update? Okay. Now wait a minute. If I do... No, okay. Yeah, how you can like... I wish it would do individual. Make it easier. Save that. Inline flex. Okay, so that sets up the structure. We want the direction to be column, so we want it to go vertically down. So that you have block like that, like flex blocks and stuff. Inline. Text align to the left. Put everything to the left. Padding is going to oops, you know what, let's zoom in on this. We're just going to zoom in 150% on there so it's easier to see. Maybe even more. 200. We're going to do it up to 200. So we're scaling up to 200. Just so that we can see what's going on here. This isn't kind of accurate, the viewport sizing. Well, I mean, it kind of is. Well, to some extent. Adding padding. Adds padding around the container, right? So, or inside of the container. Border radius. It's 4. That didn't actually change anything. What if we made it 14? Oh, wait. No, it didn't change anything. Where? So the app itself has a border. The alert, okay, the alert doesn't though. The alert doesn't. The entire app is this thing. I see. Okay, wait a minute. We don't want the center then, right? If I get rid of this, there we go. So the entire app is down there. The problem is like the height. That's what we want. We want it to be the viewport height, right? But then the viewport height is there. Okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. That's fine for now. I just want to make sure that the viewport is set correctly. Okay, border radius 4. Border. Now we add 1 pixel around solid, but it's transparent. What? What does that do? What does that do? It didn't do anything. So this will be used on the outer div. And we see, we already applied that to the outer div. The style uses an inline flex box. Flex blocks with the items flowing vertically and left aligned. We've also added a nice rounded border and a bit of padding between the border and child elements. So we're going to add the following. See, I always like to have the HTML here first before doing the CSS. Like, understand the structure first and then like how the structure is going to be styled. Like if we just ran through, added all this code, we're not seeing how it's affecting the layout. So color, it's going to be added here. But wait, did I miss a step? No. Okay. I thought I was on an extra. I thought I was on step 4. I missed one. E765 OF. It's like burnt umber color on that warning. So
What does that mean? Because we don't have a warning class for that. There's no warning class. Container and then type. The class name. Where is it getting type from? That's the problem. It's not getting type from anywhere. Class name and then the type. I feel like there's something that should be changing. Type is a string. Right now it's set to information. We don't have any functionality yet. Okay, so we can't actually see this change. I can't actually see this change by changing. Come on, what's going on? By changing that. But okay, so I think there might be. They're going even further before even adding that. Type is equal to warning. Then warning. It's weird. It's very weird. So the only thing I have here is that, though. If I change it to warning, there it goes. That changed. Information makes it that. Okay. So we're not going to see any of the changes, but I'm going to manually change it to warning, and then I'm going to take a look at what's going on here. Oh, you know what? I didn't do this and save it. Background color is going to be F3E8DA. That is a purple. Or no, it's a gray? Some kind of beige? Some kind of beige? Okay, and so that's what the warning alert looks like. Let's take a look at the information one. We'll go back to our other thing here. Information. Color is 118DA0. That's like a teal or something. Yeah. We'll look at the background color for DCF1F3. Ooh, that's clashing. That's clashing a bit. Yeah, that's not very good contrast, I don't think. Not great contrast. Just, yeah. Very similar in hue. Different in lightness. By the looks of it. Okay. So that's what that's going to look like. Now we can change the header. Now the header is going to affect the warning here. and the header text. And it will affect the button as well. Is there a button? So the button is the X for close. And okay, yeah, that's fine. All right. We'll change the header. We'll add the following class for the container header element. Display is going to be flex. So let's see what happens then. That just kind of rearranged items, and they're kind of centered now along the along themselves. I think this might center the items vertically. I think they're already centered. Okay, so margin bottom. We're going to add a little bit of a bottom, so outside of the border. I'm going to have a little bit, so it doesn't really show anything right now. Okay. Okay, so it applied to the element that contains the icon heading and the close button, and uses the flexbox flows horizontally with child elements vertically centered. It also adds a small gap at the bottom before the alert message. Small gap at the bottom before the alert message. You see, I can get rid of this stuff. Can I get rid of this now? Let's see if that changes. Okay. Well, that kind of helps to see the border around that. So we have this card, the border around it. That's fine. Okay. Wait, did I? Something changed there? Okay, so we added margin on the bottom of the header. Oh, that's not we're not on that container. It's actually inside. Yeah, it's inside. Okay, I see. Right. Now we're going to add a header icon. We're going to control the width to 22 pixels. Okay, that didn't do anything, and I don't... Is it different? What if we made it 52? Oh, because we're not changing the height. I see. If we give it a width of 22... Doesn't look like it changes anything. It doesn't look like it adds anything to it. Header text. We're gonna do bold font. So this should change the success. Right? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Success. That's it. Well, that is it. And then the close button, margin left auto. How does that affect? How would that affect it? The margin to the left. Does it automatically push it? Yeah, that's what I thought. It would like push it all the way to the right. Interesting. And then border none. No border. There we go. Probably want to round it, right? We want to round it out. Display, for some reason, we're going to have flex. We're going to align items to the center. I don't see what that's doing. Justify it. Justified. Justifying content. Background. Transparent. That's nice. Transparent background, so it's using transparency. using that alpha channel. And the height is 24, so we're making a little... It didn't change the size of it, though. It's so weird. Oh, we're doing some other stuff. We're doing the width. So the width... This should change the size of it as well. I don't know if it did. Will it? What if I did it as 244? No. It's so odd. No, that doesn't change the size of it. Okay. We're gonna zero pad it. There was no padding to begin with, I don't think. And the cursor on hover, I think, is gonna be a pointer. So we're using our finger there when we hover over. Interesting. Didn't know that that's how you control that. So it removes the border and background, aligns the button to the right of the header, and gives a pointer mouse cursor. It also centers the content within it. And then so we're gonna have more content inside of... I don't remember assigning a content. Assigning that. Contents at the bottom. I didn't change that part. The children part I did not change, so let's change that. That's right. I did not do that yet. I'm gonna do some margin stuff there. 1.2 EM. Okay. We're just gonna make it black. Paint it black. Everything is good. And so that's the CSS definitions. I don't know, what is this? Where did this come from? It looks like a highlight. Oh, there was a highlight there. For some reason. Turn the highlighting off. So we already added that because I wanted to see the changes, and we already added the changes there. And then run to dev. So now they're telling us just to load it up and we'll see the new and improved one. I just like to see the entire process. That's all. Theirs looks a little better. Okay, so that completes the alert styling. So we're going to continue and observe a downside. So but first, we're going to update our alerts. CSS and our app CSS. What I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna update the alert stuff. So add src alert star in the working copy. LF will be placed. And this section was using plain CSS. This page 122 is where we left off after that. 123? 124. Okay. So app still hasn't been, app CSS has not been committed. That's fine. We're gonna take a break. We're gonna take a look at CSS clashes. and how to fix that that issue there, I guess, or some major downsides with that. I gotta say, this is really fun. There's some really fun stuff. I like doing this. Okay. Next, we'll take a look at experiencing CSS clashes. Okay. We'll see an example of CSS with different components clashing. Keep the app running in development mode and then follow these steps.
in app.tsx, I can change it from card to container. And a whole bunch of stuff should happen here. A whole bunch of weird stuff, right? There we go. Okay. Now, in app.css, I'm going to change to container. And look at that. Now we added a border around our alert. We also added some other stuff. And there's some mixing of stuff, like, so I think app would probably take, the app CSS would take precedence here. Would have a higher specificity score or whatever. Or they might have the same specificity, but app is being applied second. That would be my guess. That's my guess. Now the problem here is that I'm applying some padding from container, but then I'm also applying some padding from the other thing. And we're also changing the border and the border radius, and we're making it bigger. So when it's like this, smaller radius, oops, like this is bigger radius and a different border and more padding. Okay, so it looks like that's what's changing there. So it has a gray border, its corners are a little more rounded, and there's a little more padding. The element, we can inspect the elements using browser development tools. Notice that the styles from the container CSS app and app CSS are leaking into the alert component, causing its padding and border to be overridden. So there should be like an indicator that that's happening, right? So if we go inspect, is it in style editor? What is it? Can add new rules here. That's pretty cool. I'd like to change the layout of this thing though. So text align is being overridden. On the root, that's weird though. This is being overridden. Where's container? Where do we get container? Container.information in container, but see, it's not. Oh, okay, so we have that, but then we have container here. Two references to container with the padding being overridden. Oh, I see. So if you see here. Container from inline 1. Interesting. And then container from inline 1. Interesting. Okay, so what? in here we have two calls to container then. Is that what we have? Weird. So the key point here is that plain CSS classes are scoped to the whole app and not just the file it is imported into. Okay, that is a problem, right? Okay. Let's now autofocus. We're going to turn on this. Plain CSS classes are scoped to the whole app. And not just the file it is imported into. They can clash if they have the same name. Okay, and then so here, this is where I usually like to do a little clippy here, a little clippy of a note. Let's do a little clippy, little note there. Here's my note. So, carefully name them using BEM. That's just a convention for naming. Okay, so for example, container in the app component could be app __ container, and container in the alert component could be alert __ container. However, this requires discipline from all members of a development team. Yes, it does. That seems like an easy thing to remember, though. I mean, you're just giving it the block element and modifier. Popular naming convention. So let's turn off the auto whatchamacallit. Copy the URL. Maybe we'll share that in chat. Oops, I added an extra backslash. That shouldn't be the case. There we go. And then what we have here in CSS tricks, methodology, popular naming convention. The team at Yandex. Its goal is to help developers better understand the relationship between the HTML and CSS in a given project. So it's not necessarily just for React. It's just a general naming convention. So an example of what a CSS developer writing in the BEM style might write: button, and then BTN with the class, and then the price, the element that depends upon the block. Element that depends on the block, and then the element that depends on the block. Button orange, modifier that changes the style of the block. Definitely, I've seen this in the New York Times crossword puzzles. They adhered to that convention, and so that's what made it like kind of pretty easy to play around with styling the website with custom CSS. So in the CSS methodology, a block is a top-level abstraction of a new component. For example, a button, but this block should be thought of as a parent. Child items or elements can be placed inside, and these are denoted by underscores followed by the name of the block. Finally, modifiers can manipulate the block so that we can style or theme the particular component. Can write some quiz questions on this. All right, this is a good thing to come back to. This might come up again, so I'm gonna add this to our list of resources. I'm gonna add that to our note for today. BEM. Good question. So, we did that chapter. So we can mark that off. It's nice to click buttons, right, and make them show them as completed. Okay, oh, I have a new tab. So, design fundamentals review. This should be moved to our 90 days. Take notes. Can close that down. It's a good source of thing. Actually, you know what? I want to move that to quizzes. I want to move it to quizzes. That's for gathering quiz material. I'm gonna spend some time thinking about making those. Okay. So here's a quick recap, which we should highlight here. The clips there, and then the let's see. So the end of chapter reviews. Should make them in a different color, I feel like. Yeah, it would be nice to do in a different color. Just like, I don't know. Maybe I should do it in blue. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do it in blue. Quick recap of this section. Sometimes it doesn't work. I don't know why. I don't know why. What? Oh, do I not have it on? I don't have it on. Auto copy, auto paste. Okay, never mind. That's why. That's why I'm not doing it. Okay. Here's a quick review of this section. Oh, I have it set for definition. Oh, no, why? Okay, but we can change it right here. Yellow. Save that. There we go. We do want other things, I guess. Quote. So it's customized. I have it customized for. I don't know. Oh, I should customize these things. There's so many options on this thing. Yeah, I don't. I do not want that. Alright, so we're going to use CSS modules, but we're going to add let's see. This section. Right, using plain CSS. Okay, so we probably won't finish CSS modules and all the other stuff. So that'll have to go to another day. Yeah. Okay. So this was experiencing CSS clashes. We'll go back and so we're not gonna like change refactor this to adhere to the conventions or whatever, but right, because we're not going to, or we could do this. So we could call this app container, and this is app container, and then that fixes the issue. But then we can also call this alert container, and so inside of alert, well, that's weird, isn't it? Oh, I see. Because we have to like change everything. We have to change everything. We have to change everything then. So anytime that there's a container, so if I look for container, okay. That can get pretty hairy, I bet. If you're trying to refactor it to that convention.
Interesting. I definitely learned a lot today. Learned a lot. Learned so much today. We should have 4 things. We'll just add everything in source. We'll do alert. If I do them individually, I don't know why it's so slow. Why is it so slow? Oh, I know why. Okay, it's not actually slow. Why does this keep coming up? I can't understand why. This time it touches it. Oh, it's because I created it in the other thing. That's right. Okay, I created it in the other thing. Oh wow, we're done. We're done today. Really? Wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And this will be experiencing CSS clashes. Page 126 is where we left off then. With learn a styling approach that doesn't suffer from CSS clashes across components. So get status, here we go, everything's good. We'll switch over to our main branch. We'll do a git squash. Get that squash. Git merge. You gotta have an E at the end of merge. Connection was reset for some reason. We lost the server for whatever reason that is. Oh, right. Of course, because we switched branches. That's fun. We're gonna squash day 5, and that's gonna bring all those changes. Do a fast forward. Gonna fast forward all that stuff. It's gonna be so much stuff. So much. So we have all this. The thing is, we're not bringing over the other stuff. We should add that feet stuff though as well. Okay. But the thing is, what did I actually run? Was it day 3 when I did that? Was it day 3 when I first started doing that? No. Day 2? On day 2 that I did this?
Oh, right. And then so if I do the commit, and don't give it a message, we should get everything here. Yes. Okay, so it saves all the other stuff. The editor is not bringing up the thing for the editor. And then where's the... Okay, and then at the top, squash commit of the following. So what we want to say is end... Oh god, are we in Vim? Are we in Vim? We want to insert? We want to be in insert mode. Okay. Hit I to be in insert mode. I want to get rid of this stuff. We'll just say day 5. And this was React styling day 5. And then I can escape and write. So is it W? Or is it W? Yes, written. So it's the colon W. And so it's written, and then so I can close and quit. And then so that should show. Yeah, there it is. Okay. All of my squashed commits there. Nice. Finish day 3, and then I fucked that up. So the squash commit there. You have to make sure that you don't give a message to the commit, or you will be overwriting the messages from the squashed, all the squashed commits, all the commits there. So those still exist as commits, I think. So like you can check them out. Just that they're on a different branch. I think. Yeah. Yeah. Unless you can check it out from a different branch. I don't know. Take a look at our Git status. We're just ahead by 1. We're gonna push this. Well, first, I should make a practice to git pull. But if I see anything that's changed here, something has gone very wrong. Someone has hacked into my my GitLab. So here we go. Gonna push that origin main. Should come back with a message saying, is where you are. Is this still running? No, it's not. It's shut down. Okay. It's because the dist isn't there. The build isn't there. There we go. So there it is. Let's copy that. What? No, I like delete the entire thing. It's weird. Copy that link. There's where we are. You can also find that in the description. So, that's that. We have this thing here. We have one branch. Did I push a branch? Should just be the main branch. Just have the main branch pushed, right? It's protected. So you have to merge into it. You can't make changes directly from here. I can do it from I'm authorized to make the changes, so that's why it's protected. We have 6 commits, as seems nice, because you have the 0. The 0th one was the initial commit. Actually, the second one was the secret detection. Hooks app for learn with TypeScript. Yeah, there was that one. We did the commit for day 2. We had day 3, and we had React styling. So this is going to be a nice history here. At least like the first part of this looks kind of hairy. But like we can go through and we can take a look at like what we did. We completed all these other things. You're not going to be able to find these ones though. I should remove the author thing from that. I don't really want that in there, but that's okay. I mean, fucking hell. I'll probably get some bots emailing me. Some more spam. I was trying to protect that, but that's okay. Can I like redo the message here? I can't redo the message here, right? This sucks. Can't rewrite the Git history there. In order to do it, you actually have to like make a new commit. And then it just adds on. Okay, that was cool. That was a very cool day. I really liked playing around with this stuff today. Let's hide the pomodoros here. Pomodoro shouldn't be showing up here. I have a little some minor problems here. So I'm still in that. I can exit out, kill the container. I don't know if the WSL is overflowing or something, and there's some memory leaks or something like that. Taking some time to close down, that's for sure. Exit out of that. Oh, still doesn't close the window. Okay, yeah, let's just wrap this up. Just gonna wrap up the day. And what did we do? What did we do today? What did we accomplish? Well, quite a lot, actually. We did our review of design fundamentals for CSS. That's a great progress there. We'll be moving on to a new section next week. Tomorrow, quiz. Tomorrow's a quiz on CSS. Design fundamentals. We did the review today. We'll do the quiz tomorrow, just to make sure that I am committing things to longer term memory. We're gonna continue with that next week. I have to think about how we're gonna which things I want to focus on next week. I think I kind of want to do kind of one focus for the day. I do like having these short breaks. I do like, having the short pomodoros. They feel a little too short, though. The 20 minutes goes by really quickly. I might think about restructuring that, so I don't know, to like something like 25 minutes or... Yeah, I'll have to think about that.
How does it break up into 4 hours? How do you break it up? Can you do 24? So 4 hours is 2400. So we could do 10 pomodoros at 24 minutes. That's nice. That's nice. That's real nice. That's a nice round number. I think that's what we'll do. I think what we'll do next time is do 10 pomodoros of 24 minutes with a 4-minute break in between. Let's do a 5-minute break in between. Let's give ourselves a little extra time. Or you know what? 4 minutes is fine. The long break is gonna be... Oh, look at that. It's updated already. The long break is 40. And there we go. That works out nice. That works out really, really nice. Especially since that should break down for 2 hours as well, right? For 2 hours, you do five pomodoros in 2 hours. That's not bad. That's not bad indeed. Okay. That's what we'll do. That's how we'll change it. We'll change the format a bit. So we're doing it on the fly. Doing a lot of stuff. I'm gonna reset the okay, so reset the thing there. That's what's gonna be. So that's what it'll look like on tomorrow. 24 minutes. That feels good. That feels nice. What else did we do? Well, we looked at some other React hooks. I really don't have a strong grounding of those things yet. I really need to play around with them. Like, I really just need to work on projects that involve them, and then I'll get the hang of it. I just, like, it's too abstract right now. It's not concrete. It's yeah. Yeah, so we looked at some questions and some answers and picked up some good questions for quizzes. And we started to learn about styling React front ends with plain CSS, the drawbacks of plain CSS, you know, that there's some clashes and stuff. And so next time we will look at what we can do to mitigate that, and you know, continue on from there. Continue on. So this has been day 5 of 90 days of web development. My name is Kevin, and I am reminding you that you can't get everything done in just one day, but give yourself a little bit of time. Commit yourself day after day, not continuously. You don't have to do it every day. You can take some breaks. In fact, we might take breaks later as we, you know, don't want to burn out. So don't burn out. Yeah. You can't do it all. You can't learn everything in one day. You can't get it all done in one day. Give yourself a little grace. You know, take it bit by bit. And after 90 days, see where you are. So we'll catch you back here on Friday, tomorrow, hopefully, for day 6. CSS quiz and some more React styling front ends. See you later. Bye.